Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. May I call Raymond Grant, please?
Of course.
Right hand. Yep. Repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give.
That the evidence I shall give.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Grant. My name is Jason Beer and I ask questions on behalf of the inquiry. Can you give us your full name, please?
Raymond Grant.
In front of you, there is a witness statement. It's 2 and a bit pages long, and it's dated the 3rd of January 2024. The inquiry's URN for that is WITN 1054-0100. It needn't be displayed. Can you turn to the 3rd page of it, please?
Yes.
Is that your signature?
Yes, it is, yes.
Are the contents of the witness statement true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Why is your witness statement so short?
I received the bundle of papers on December the 5th last year. My current role is I work in a homeless centre for a Christian organisation. It has 30 residents in it. I am the programme manager in that unit. My job is to ensure that these residents get the level of respect and dignity that they deserve. Part of the role is to ensure that at that time of the year, December, in a Christian calendar, there are a lot of activities going on, carol services, Christmas dinners, various other bits and pieces. We were, at that point, 5 members of staff short. I was working somewhere in the region of 10 to 11-hour days. I was going home, walking my dog, and at the same time, the home where I was living, I was asked to vacate it by the 31st of December. So I was in the process of trying to purchase a property, view a property, deal with conveyancing issues, dealing with mortgage arrangements. So there was a clear clash of priorities as far as I was concerned. I chose my current job as being the most important, as it directly affected 20 members of staff and 29 homeless residents. I fully understand my obligations to this important Post Office Horizon IT inquiry. However, my time was limited for all the things that I've said previously. I managed to negotiate an extra month on my rented property, and I have to be out of that by the 31st. So I was contacted by one of the senior lawyers involved in the inquiry by telephone and explained that to that person. Following what I would describe as their priorities being different from mine, in reading, digesting, understanding an inordinate amount of documents, 450 at that time, subsequently another 350 on top of that.
When you say documents, you mean pages?
Yeah, pages, sorry, yes, I beg your pardon. And then having to prepare a detailed statement of my memory from the time of employment, which was 16 years ago, to any involvement in it. Some of the documents I was asked to review did not even exist at the time of my departure from Post Office Limited. I received a second call some days later, statement by the 2nd of January 2024. I explained again to the caller it was not physically possible for me to devote my personal time to answer all the questions required. It pointed out to me that failure to do so, I would potentially be breaking the law, and I had to comply. Again, I stated all the priorities I had going on, but my pleadings were going on deaf ears. I explained about me moving home, and the caller asked if I should provide details of my conveyancing lawyer so they could be checked up on.
So in short, it was a clash of priorities.
Yeah, I'll just get into, if you allow me, I've just got one
There's
more.
more?
Well, just one more thing, if you don't mind. Thank you. The next level of communication I had was that sheriff officers appeared at my door and issued me with a Section 21 notice to say that I had to comply and be here today.
And that's right. So you're here under the threat of the exercise of compulsory powers. We had to serve a Section 21 notice.
Yes, I agree with that. That kind of focused me. And in my time, I then was able to... my first day off during that was January the 1st, following a 10-hour night shift during New Year's Eve and New Year's morning. That was when I drafted this minimum statement to comply with Section 21 order. I apologised to the court, but for all the reasons I've said, that's the reason why it's such a short statement.
Thank you. Well, let's see whether we can improve on it today.
Thank you.
Now that Carol services and dog walking are out of the way. We asked you, as the first question to address, please set out the date on which you began work at the post office. Yeah. And you didn't address it.
No.
When did you start to work at the post office?
Since I drafted this statement, I've sort of tried to think back. I think I started with Royal Mail as a postman in 1982. And from there, I've held a number of positions. If you allow me just a second. I was postman for a number of years. Then I went to postman higher grade, got the role as duty clerk in the office. I then became an assistant delivery office manager, 140 staff, and there was only 2 managers. I then got a role as a Royal Mail investigation manager. Don't ask me years or when that happened, because I have no conscious memory of that. I then transferred over to post office investigations. I'd sit various job titles after that.
Is there any point in me asking you when that was?
No.
Thank you. Please move on.
Right. The security investigation manager, our titles changed. Security manager then became a fraud advisor, all with Post Office Limited.
One of the documents that we provided you with in order to help you make your witness statement was a witness statement that you had made in the investigation of William Korm back in 2008. Can we just look at that, please? POL 0016 6685. Can you see this is your witness statement? It doesn't actually bear a date, but from the context, it relates to events that have happened in 2008 and appears, obviously, to have been made before you left the post office. So I'm going to suggest that it's 2008 as a date. If we look at the first paragraph there, you say, I've been employed by Royal Mail Group in various roles for around 26 years. My current position is investigation manager. And you explain what one of the main roles of an investigation manager was. And so, if this is right, you've been working for the Royal Mail Group for 26 years, so around 1982, which is you've told us today.
That's correct.
And is there any reason why you couldn't have just said that in the witness statement?
At that point, I hadn't read that document because, as I said earlier, I was finding time constraints were very difficult for me to read any of the documents that had been sent.
And the 78 documents that we sent you, the 350 odd pages, you don't refer to any of them in your witness statement apart from the transcript of Mr. William Korm's interview, do you?
That's correct.
Sorry, that can come down from the screen now. And why was that? Why did you pick Mr. Korm's interview as the one document that you did refer to?
Well, this inquiry is about the degree of fairness that was applied to postmasters during the course of investigations and the subsequent prosecution of them. I was reminding myself what had been said during that interview, and it was the one thing that I believe that I had a major part in, because I was the lead investigator in that interview. So therefore, I thought it was important to refresh myself.
And the fact that you didn't look at or refer to the other 77 documents, that was because of the competing priorities on your time. Is that right?
That's correct.
When you made the witness statement, did you think that Mr. Korm continued to be guilty of the crime of embezzlement?
This witness statement here today?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
And does that remain your view?
I've subsequently been advised that the verdict has been reversed, so he is now not guilty of the offence.
I'm talking about in your mind.
In my mind, I still think that Mr. Korm had a role to play in the loss of the money.
That's a different, an answer to a different question. The question would be, did Mr. Korm have a role to play in the events? The question I in fact asked was, do you think, you remain of the view that he's guilty of the crime?
Yes, I do.
Despite the verdict of the High Court of Justiciary in Scotland?
Yes.
Was that amongst the reasons that you didn't regard this inquiry as a priority?
No.
You haven't said that to any of the solicitors in the inquiry before? Mr. Korm was guilty. I don't know why you're asking me questions about this.
If I've said that, then that would be my view at that time, yes.
It may be a priority for you investigating, but it's not a priority for me. They would accord with your sentiments, wouldn't they? Well,
I think you're mixing up the priority. I'm talking about priorities that I had in my personal role, 16 years on from being a post office investigator, working for another organisation who pay me my salary. There was nobody paying me the salary to do the work that we're here talking about today. I was being asked to do that in my own personal time. My personal time was being used up for my personal reasons that I've already explained. I do not think that it was a fair thing to ask me to do in such a short space of time, considering that this inquiry has been going on for a number of months and years, in phase 4, certainly since, I believe, October. For me to get that in a space of 26 days to review and take cognizance of all the facts that had been presented to me and to make comment on them. As I said, some of the documents that were contained within there, I subsequently found out that they did not apply to me because they weren't published until after I had left the business.
You say in your witness statement to the inquiry that you recall nothing at all, and essentially none of the documents that we sent to you help you in any way. Is that correct?
That time I wrote that statement, that is correct.
Is it still correct that none of the documents we sent you help you to recall matters in any way?
Since then, I've had a bit of time. I was actually off sick last week. I spent some time in my sick bed reading up some of these things to prepare for today. There's some that I still don't recognise. I don't recall, but in general terms, I have done a bit of research since. In my own personal time, I hasten to add, I'm not employed by the Post Office anymore. My employer is the Salvation Army. They require me. There are occasions when I'm on call, and I have to be on call. So, in reality, it's about priorities. I recognise the seriousness of this inquiry, and I understand why it's being done. But to ask a layperson, which is what I am right now, these facts and figures, documents to recall 16 years ago, I find that very difficult.
If we just look at your witness statement, WITN 1054-0100. And look at the bottom of page 2, please. At paragraph 7. Having referred to the transcript, you say, in addition to this and in answer to all the other subsequent information you've requested from me, I can say quite clearly that I have no recollection, nor knowledge, nor any details of any documents that will assist me to answer the collection of questions you raise in your requests. Had you actually read any of the documents when you said that?
I glanced over them.
So you were saying that none of the documents will help you, even though you hadn't read them?
Well, as I said, my priorities was not to read all that information. As you say, what was it, 78 documents were sent to me. It's actually 450 pages of information. And for me to spend my time when I had other things that were more pressing for me to deal with. I wrote the statement on January the 1st. It had to be in by January the 2nd. So in that space of time, it was my one day off that I had in the time allotted to provide this witness statement. So I gave it my best shot. What I've written down here is what I was dealing with at the time.
That can come down, thank you. When did you leave the post office?
It was somewhere early 2009.
Do you hold any qualifications that are relevant to conducting criminal investigations into allegations of embezzlement, fraud, false accounting or theft?
When you say qualifications, I was, in my early days as a Royal Mail investigator, I was assigned to Post Office Investigations Branch.
I'm going to ask you about your experience in a moment and your training in a moment. At the moment, I'm just asking about formal qualifications.
I do not have any formal legal qualifications, no.
But when you became an investigation manager employed by the Post Office Limited, what was your previous experience of conducting investigations? How long had you been doing that for Royal Mail Group before then?
I think it's around 5 years.
And can you help us as to roughly when you became an investigation manager for Post Office Limited?
I think that's probably around 5 years as well.
So about 2003-04.
Yeah, around that time, yes.
And when you were an investigation manager for Post Office Limited, where were you based?
I had an office in the Royal Mail Depot at Perth, 53 Fuse Road in Perth.
And was that for the entirety of the period?
Yes.
And was it an office-based job, i.e. that was your base to which you would return?
Yes, it was shared with the Royal Mail investigation team. We had the upper floor of a building in that yard.
And were you part of a Post Office Limited investigation team?
Yes.
How many people were in the Post Office Limited investigation team at that time?
When I commenced,
Yes.
based in Scotland.
Yes.
On the investigation side, I think it was 4 investigators and a team leader.
And the senior investigator, was he or she your line manager?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was?
In that short period of time of 5 years, I had 6 different line managers.
And were they based in Perth too?
No.
Where were they based?
One was based in Glasgow, the other 5 were south of the border in England.
When you were working for Post Office Limited, what did your role as an investigation manager consist of?
I was required to conduct any business which may have been related to suspected criminal activity against Post Office Limited.
Investigations of the type we're going to look into,
Yes.
namely by alleged conduct by sub-postmasters involving the financial affairs of the post office that they were running. What proportion of your work involved that kind of investigation?
You're quite right. There were various other activities that we would do for external agencies who were committing fraud against the post office. But in real terms, I would suggest 65–70% of there was the kind of activity that we're going to be discussing in relation to audit shortages.
When you joined Post Office Limited, did you receive any initial training in the conduct of such investigations?
Yeah, well, I was carrying over 5 years' experience from Royal Mail. The laws were the same. The different aspect of it was instead of investigating crimes against Royal Mail, it was investigating crimes against Post Office Limited. So I had a very good mentor. It's a man called Peter Webb, who took me under his wing. He took me out on several inquiries before he allowed me to be a lead investigator. Yeah.
That was in Royal Mail Group?
No, sorry.
That was in
this is in Post Office Limited.
And so there was some on-the-job work shadowing, is that
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely, yes.
Was there any formal training?
Yes, there was.
What was the formal training in Post Office Limited?
I went on Horizon training when it was introduced. I was...
that must have been when you were in the Royal Mail Group investigation.
Oh, sorry,
department.
when I was introduced to it, I beg your pardon, that was a play on words there.
Okay.
It was when I was introduced to Post Office Limited, I was asked to go into a Crown office and work shadow some people in there.
How long did that training on the Horizon system last?
I think it was 2 to 3 days.
And what did the training consist of?
It was watching people serve and then watching how they balanced, what kind of reports the Horizon system could produce, and how to, if there was an anomaly at the end of the day where the balance was out, how to carry out the checks prior to any dockets or any counterfoils before they left the office, to carry out the investigation prior to any of that left the building, so that the counter clerk had to balance at the end of the day.
That was in a Crown office?
Yes.
And how many counters were there in that Crown office? Can you remember?
In Perth Crown office at that time, I think it was 7.
Did you receive any training about the work of or role of a sub-postmaster in a sub-office?
Yes. Mr. Webb was very good because he had some postmasters with whom he had associated himself with in the past, and he took me around and we visited a few post offices. He introduced me to the postmaster, and we had conversations about what went on in that particular office. Because not every post office sold the same products. There were some specialist products that some post offices had that others did not.
Did you receive any training on the analysis of data produced by the Horizon system?
I believe I did. Do you mean ARQs? No.
I deliberately asking an open question, and I didn't mean anything in specific terms yet.
Right, okay. So if we're talking about analysis of the Horizon system, it's a computer. It's factually based. If you put in figures and you produce dockets, at the end of the day, it should balance. If it doesn't balance, then you then carry out an investigation yourself. The counter clerk should do that, or a sub-postmaster should do that on a daily basis.
Did you receive any training as to the sources of data or the varieties of data that could be produced by the Horizon system in the event of the need to investigate the conduct of a sub-postmaster or a counter clerk?
Yes, there were various avenues where we could go. There was a Horizon system help desk where we could gain reports if necessary. There was a National Business Centre who took calls from postmasters. So
the HSH, the MBSC?
Yes.
Yeah.
And if required, we could go via our casework team down in Croydon and ask them if they could request from Fujitsu ARQs.
And how did you go about that then? What did the process involve with the casework team in Croydon?
Well, there would be a discussion with my line manager. The discussion would then say, action that.
Why would there need to be a discussion with the line manager?
It's to check understanding that I'm going down the right road and I'm not wasting resource that might not be necessary. So it would be to have an overview of the case to see if that would be a good thing to do.
And was that almost a standing instruction that before you made a request for Horizon data, it had to be discussed with or cleared by your line manager?
No, that was my way of dealing with it.
Right. It wasn't something that was imposed on you. It was just your way of working.
Yeah, it was my way of working. Yeah.
And so you would discuss any request for Horizon data with your line manager?
Yes.
Yes, you were telling us, you said there was HSH information available, MBSC information available.
Yes.
And you were telling us about getting data from Fujitsu via the casework team in Croydon.
Yes.
Would you fill out a form to do that?
It would be in the form of an email, I believe, if my recollection is right. I can't remember ever filling in a formal form.
And the email would be sent to the Croydon team?
Yes, it would be to a chap called Graham Ward.
Yes, who we're going to be hearing from next week.
All right, good.
And what would determine in your mind whether it was necessary to request data from Fujitsu?
If there was the ARQ provides more than it will tell you who was on a stock unit, what they did on that stock unit, what product was being sold at the time. So it can prove or disprove information that could be relevant to you as an individual, as an investigator. It can rule people out of the inquiry because I can recall one particular case. It was at another Crown office where it was a busy Crown office in Edinburgh, and we were trying to establish who was in the building at the time and who was logged onto the system at the time of whatever event that was. I can't remember what the event was. So we requested the data to see who was actually logged onto the system and what stock units were open at the time a transaction had taken place. We were able to identify all the people who were there and logged in. Now that's taken into account that they were logged in under their own passwords with their own usernames, because the system can be manipulated if people share passwords or share usernames.
Other than in a case like that where you've got potential multiple suspects and you need the ARQ to see who was logged on for the relevant transactions,
Yeah.
what would determine whether and when you would seek ARQ data? So say a single sub-postmaster in a branch office. What would be the trigger?
I suppose if there was a dispute over a transaction, or even if I just wanted clarity within myself to check up on what was being said was accurate.
Said by who?
Sorry?
Said by who? Yes, you wanted to check up if what was being said was accurate.
Yeah,
Said by who?
if the person who was being interviewed for the potential criminal activity had mentioned something that required to be corroborated, as it were, as we use in Scotland. So there was, if that was needed to be done, then there would be every possibility where I would have requested ARQ data for that type of event.
Did you ever regard the ARQ data as being a necessary element of your case in every case of proposed prosecution of a sub-postmaster because it was the data necessary to prove the loss?
No.
What else was sufficient in your mind to prove the loss?
We're going to come on to the Bible case just in a second, but if during the course of the inquiry there was a suspicion that something had, a fictitious transaction had gone through, that would have required a document to be sent to an agency. There's a possibility by approaching that agency for the particular docket to support the transaction, we would have been able to recover that, maybe not in its actual original content, but a facsimile copy, because a lot of businesses, when they receive all these pieces of paper, they immediately just photocopy them, and they would, if you asked them to provide it, that's in the form it would come. It would come back in the form of a facsimile of the original document, which is not best evidence, but is the best that is available.
In your role as investigation manager, did you undertake any training specifically about duties of disclosure of information and evidence?
It would have been covered in my training, yes.
Which training?
Royal Mail training, because that was my original role for 5 years.
What, therefore, by the time you got to the post office role in 2003-04, did you understand your duty of disclosure or revelation to entail?
Yeah, if I was the investigation manager, my understanding is that my role as disclosure, if I was the appointed disclosure officer, if it was a complex inquiry, there's a possibility that a separate disclosure officer would be appointed. But in normal circumstances, in normal investigations, the investigation manager also became the disclosure person.
Yes, so that's about the role. Sometimes in the more, the less complex investigations, you would double hat.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what did you understand your duties as disclosure officer to entail? To
disclosure all material where it showed bias towards the offender or bias for the offender. It was to make sure that all the documents that were available were presented.
The offender, do you mean the suspect?
Sorry.
Because that's been assuming a bit too much.
It's been a long time, Mr. Beer, sorry.
Yeah. So whether it pointed towards or away?
Yes.
From the guilt of the suspect?
Yes.
And how did you go about giving such disclosure? in a case that was to be prosecuted in Scotland?
It would be in the form of a production document where all the documents would be listed that had been used in the course of the investigation, ensuring that all documents, whether used or not in the actual report, so that when the prosecution authority in Scotland is at COPFS, when you present that to them, that's what the prosecutor has. If you don't give him everything, then he doesn't know everything, you know. And it's clear to me that, and I believe that I followed that through.
Can I break that down a little bit then?
Yeah.
At what stage in the process would you pass to the Procurator Fiscal the list of productions consisting of what we call unused material, namely documents that you're not using to seek to establish the guilt of the suspect?
Now, this is where there are different Procurator Fiscals work in different ways. They all work to the same rules, but some of them don't like to receive the productions until nearer the trial. Right.
This is what I want to investigate with you.
Right, okay.
Namely, on what material the Procurator Fiscal makes a decision to prosecute.
Well, when he's given us the instruction that he requires the productions to be sent to him, it can be 4 or 5 weeks before the trial. It could be 2 weeks before the trial. Different Procurator Fiscals worked in different ways. That's what I'm trying to say, Mr. Beer.
Is it right, trying to cut through this, that the Procurator Fiscal make decisions to prosecute on the basis of a report rather than the productions, the underlying material?
Yeah, yes.
And so, unlike perhaps in England, they don't see the underlying material at the point of making the decision to prosecute.
Yeah.
That comes later, is that right?
If you're talking about the Post Office Limited decision to prosecute, we would submit the file to a criminal law team down in Croydon. They would then send that to the report to the designated prosecution authority, which was a senior manager within Post Office Limited investigation team.
Yeah, we're going to see that in a minute, and we can see, in this case, it was Mr. Pardo.
Yeah, yes, correct. And Mr. Pardo would then give the nod and the wink to go ahead with the prosecution and submit the report to the Procurator Fiscal.
And just, we're jumping ahead a little bit.
Sorry.
You referred to it as a nod and a wink.
Yeah.
Is that what it consisted of? Or did it consist of a detailed analysis of the merits of the evidence?
I'm not sure what the DPA, the Designated Prosecution Authority, what he understood, but he would be in possession of the case file so that he could review the case file and to see whether he was satisfied that it complied with Post Office Limited.
So there's two stages, one which is internal to Post Office,
yes,
where the designated prosecuting authority, call him Mr. Pardo, is making a decision whether to, essentially to pass the papers on to the Procurator Fiscal.
correct.
And then the second stage is when it gets to the Procurator Fiscal. I'm just at the moment looking at that second stage.
Okay.
At that second stage, they got a report, is that right, rather than the evidence?
Correct.
Did you understand, therefore, the importance of including in the report all material or reference to all material, whether it pointed towards the guilt of the suspect or away from such guilt?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Because unlike in England, if they're not looking at the underlying material themselves, that's got to be included in the report for them to make a fair and balanced decision, hasn't it?
I've never been a lead investigation manager in an English case, so I can't do the comparison that you're
Well, let's just stick to Scotland then.
Okay.
If a person is going to make a decision based on a summary i.e. the report that you're writing for them, in order for them to make a fair and balanced decision, you've got to reflect all of the evidence fairly, whether it points towards or away from the guilt of the suspect, haven't you?
Yeah, and if I can just add some value here, because it's just come in my head there just now, is that there were occasions where a procurator fiscal would call you in to discuss matters like you're talking about, and he may have in the past asked you to bring the evidence with you, so that would be a review. That didn't happen in every case, though.
During your time as an investigation manager, you were involved in investigating other Scottish cases other than that of William Korm, yes?
Yes.
How many before William Korm's?
Oh,
Just in Post Office Limited?
in the 5 years, probably, I had one, can I just say, I had one big case, which took me 9 months, and it was a massive case, almost £500,000, and that took up an inordinate amount of my time, that one particular case. So in real terms, probably 20. That's a guess. That's an absolute guess.
Okay, so 20 in 5 years.
Yes.
I should have asked at the time, the other people in Post Office Limited investigation working in Scotland, were they, like you, former postmen?
I think most investigators had come through the ranks, if you like, at various stages, whether they were postmen or whether they were counter clerks or whether they would have been. You were normally not headhunted, but you were. It would be somewhere in your development plan.
Did you receive any training or instruction on Scottish law?
Yes.
And when was that?
Oh, I think it's actually a bone of contention for me, because when the majority of training of any type, either Royal Mail or Post Office Limited, we were always, the training would be held in England. At the end of every session or every session of training, I would ask the question, so what is the difference? How can we apply these rules to Scotland? And the people who were training said, well, you can learn by experience. There was not any great level of training. I do remember having some procurator fiscals at some point coming in and speaking to the team in Scotland, but that was rare, in fact very rare. I think it only happened once.
So there was only one occasion you remember in the time you were in Scotland
I can't
getting bespoke training on Scottish law?
Yes.
Now, I think by the time you came to William Korm's case, is it right that there were just two of you investigating cases in Scotland?
I think that's correct, and it was Mr. Daly and myself.
Yes, that's what he told us yesterday, Mr. Daly, that by 2008-9, there were just two of you. Why were there just the two of you investigating cases in Scotland?
During my time in both Royal Mail and Post Office investigations, there were lots of occasions where there was headcount reductions, where people had to apply for their own job, and whether you were successful or not determined whether you remained in the security industry or the security team.
And is that what eventually happened to you in 2009?
That's exactly what happened to me in 2009.
And so by the case of William Korm investigation, he told us that you were the lead investigator and he was the second officer. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then when you left, the file was transferred to him. Is that right?
My understanding now is that's what happened. I think all my files were pending, were transferred to the last investigator in Scotland, which was Mr. Daly.
In your inquiry witness statement, you make no reference to any awareness of sub-postmasters experiencing issues or problems with the Horizon system. And you tell us in your witness statement, at no time was there any suggestion that the Horizon computer system had created any errors which could have caused resultant cash shortages. Is that right?
Are we talking about in Piebald Post Office?
No, you're talking generally here.
Oh, generally, right, okay. I was not aware of any, excuse me a second, any instance where anybody had pointed out to me that Horizon was causing issues. I believe that when it was being introduced to offices, there were technical difficulties, but I'm not aware of any operational difficulties, if you understand what I mean by that.
Yes, and the breadth of that statement, you are not aware of any operational difficulties with Horizon at all after it had been introduced into an office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so were there no prior cases in which you were an investigator where issues or concerns over Horizon were raised?
I don't recall any.
Do you remember any suggestions being made by sub-postmasters in other cases that Horizon had created errors that could have caused cash shortages or balancing problems?
At that time, no.
Did you receive any information from others in the organisation, whether from senior managers or executives, cascaded down to you, as to the reliability or unreliability of Horizon?
I do know that when, on occasion, where I required to satisfy myself that I would request a statement from Fujitsu to say that the computers were working normally at the time of the transaction or transactions, and that was to satisfy myself that that there wasn't an issue that could. I mean, computers are computers.
What do you mean by that? Computers?
Well, you get glitches in every computer. I mean, we've had a few in this particular inquiry itself where screens go blank and various other different things. It happens, but I'm not aware of anything that was pointed out to me by any individual.
Why were you seeking statements from Fujitsu to prove that the computer was working properly? Sometimes
you like to be thorough. And cover all.
You like to be thorough all of the time, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. But what you're doing is that you're making sure that you've cover all the bases. That if you're an investigator, you're expected to take reasonable lines of inquiry. I think that's a reasonable line of inquiry.
So a reasonable line of inquiry is obtaining an evidential foundation that the computer that produced the data that you relied on to prove a loss was working properly.
Well, it can prove again as well. You know, I mean, so I mean, it can also, if there are things that are not correct in the office balance, and the postmaster is denying culpability, which he's quite entitled to do, then you satisfy yourself that. Is there a problem that I'm not aware of? And you would seek reassurance that there's nothing else that could have caused it.
So just back to my question then, you did regard it as a reasonable line of inquiry to obtain evidence that showed that the computer was working properly?
Yes.
What would determine whether you decided to be thorough and got such evidence, or decided not to get such evidence?
I honestly don't know the answer to that one.
Because we know that in Mr. Korm's case, you didn't.
Well, I wasn't given the opportunity is more to the truth.
Who denied you the opportunity?
The fact I was made redundant.
When you put the case up for prosecution, though, you hadn't obtained any such evidence, had you?
Does it not say that something about the ongoing inquiries?
We'll get to that, but by the time you put the report up for prosecution, you hadn't obtained such evidence.
I had to get that report in within 12 days.
So let's take it in stages.
And I think it actually says that there are further lines of inquiry.
Was that going to be one then? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mentioned earlier about the recovery of dockets from other agencies with whom the Post Office has contracts. That would have been one of the avenues that I would have explored.
I'm asking about the Fujitsu evidence. Are you saying that a line of inquiry that you're referring to in your report, which says that there are further inquiries outstanding, or words to that effect, was to obtain evidence from Fujitsu?
It would have been something that would have been a reasonable thing to do, yeah.
And why would it have been a reasonable thing to do?
Because it would have shown the transactions and all the other things that were not available to me from the branch trading statements, which was all I had.
I mean, I think you in fact know from reading the documents that was never done, was it?
Reading the documents, no.
No ARQ data was obtained.
I've read the production schedule, and you're quite right.
No witness statements from Fujitsu obtained?
No.
And do you know why that was?
I think I've already referred to my previous answer, was that I was taken out of the security investigation team. I was actually, in my words, put on gardening leave, and I spent the Christmas of that year stocking shelves in a Crown office.
Can we look, please, at, before we move to Mr. Korm's case, to something that happened before you started his investigation at poll 309 3246. You'll see that if we go to the third page, please. This is a document authored by you on the 3rd of April 2002. Can you see that?
Yes.
And if we go back to the first page, please. We can see from the first line, it's about the Rayburn Place sub-post office. Can you see that?
Yes.
I think that's is that a suburb of Edinburgh?
Yes.
And it's about the alleged loss of 52,300 odd pounds, yes?
Correct.
And if we can look at the second paragraph, which is on the page there, thank you. It's now at the top of the page. An examination of the cash accounts for weeks 25 to weeks 27 indicate that weekly shortages and overages were simply carried over to the next accounting week. The cash account weeks in which the 3 large shortages occurred were examined and compared to other accounting weeks. There were no apparent reasons for the losses identified. Yes?
Correct.
And then if we read the next paragraph, during the time that the office was being defunded, a document was discovered within the office, believed to be in Miss Salim's handwriting. I think she was the sub-postmistress. This document would appear to be in response to the discovery of shortages due to the post office. Ms. Salim indicates that the problem would appear to be, quote, glitches. I think that's glitches. Is that right?
It's a Scottish colloquialism. Glitches, it's the same word.
In the system, she indicates she was told this by the help desk. It has not been possible to identify who from the help desk is giving out this information. It does, however, give concern to Post Office security that operators are being advised that the Horizon system is faulty and produces inaccurate results. That document's being held by Lothian and Borders Police as a production of evidence. And then if we go forward to page 3, please. You say that what was happening was contrary to the losses and gains policies to allow several large shortages to be held in suspense. Guidelines state that all subsequent losses should be made good immediately. So you said, if we just go back to third paragraph on page 1, you say that it's of concern that people in the help desk are telling postmasters that the Horizon system is faulty. Yes?
Yeah, that's what it says, yes.
Why was it a concern that people in the help desk were telling sub-postmasters that the Horizon system they were using was faulty?
This is 2002. It's
2001, I think. The incident was, in your report, is right. April 2002.
Okay, so this is now 23 years on. I have got very little recollection of this, but it would be a concern at that time. I don't know when Rayburn Place got their post office or Horizon equipment installed. If this is around 2001, that would sort of tie in with that. But
are you saying we might be able to write this up as a technical difficulty in installation?
I really don't know, because once I saw that the outcome that 3 large losses were placed in the suspense account, to do that you need authorisation. And
you're critical of post office staff for doing that without authorisation?
Yeah.
At the end of the report, I think.
Yeah, but the retail line manager, that became a retail line manager. That to me was not a criminal activity. That was something that was fundamentally wrong with the way. In fact, I think I recommended that Mr. Athwell was subject to some kind of disciplinary action. I think it says it on the last paragraph, because that should never happen. Should never happen.
I'm more interested in the
glitches.
The why post office security would be concerned that the help desk are telling people that the Horizon system is faulty and produces inaccurate results. Why would that be a concern to Post Office Security Department?
I think because it brings the integrity of the Horizon system into question at a very early stage of its inception.
And why is that a concern?
I think for knowing what we know now, I think it most certainly was a concern.
Yes, but why was it a concern at the time?
I think what I'm saying is that if it's found that the help desk are passing out that type of information to individuals, they perhaps should be reporting it in the other direction, so that the senior management team or their line managers could be looked at to see if there is an issue. But to just tell postmasters that there's glitches in the system without a name, without a reason, and just to put it down in bland statement like there's glitches in the system, it's not helpful. I mean, the help desk is there to provide help, not to give opinions.
Was that your concern, that they shouldn't be saying things like this?
I mean, the actual quote that I've highlighted, I can't recall actually typing this document, but I must have done because it's got my name against it. I really can't give you much more, Mr. Beer, sorry.
It reads, do you agree, as if you're saying the problem isn't that there might be glitches in the system. The problem is that somebody's saying that there are glitches in the system.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, yeah.
As an investigator, that was something that you would need to investigate, whether in fact there were glitches in the system which were relevant to Ms. Salim's case, wouldn't you?
I think because I passed it back to the retail line management team, and I've highlighted it in my report to the retail line managers team, I would have expected them to follow that through, because I was a criminal investigator. This was not a criminal offence.
Why was this not a criminal offence?
Because of the way that the retail line manager had dealt with it.
What, they had authorised
Yes.
the retention of the 50-odd thousand pounds in suspense?
Yes.
Would that, in your view, preclude a criminal investigation?
Well, it's certainly not helping.
Why does it not help that there's been an authorisation to hold the money in suspense?
Well, it says there that the losses and gains policy, that loss should be held in the suspense account for a maximum of 8 weeks. This exceeded that. So therefore, there was a loss of information, there was loss of data, there was a loss of dockets, there was a loss of lots of what would be important evidence to have been protected. The fact that
Why would that evidence have been lost?
Because when you're balancing at the end of the day or the end of the week, you're required to check all the dockets, all the foils, at that particular time, there would be foils from payment order books, which were the old pension payment dockets. They would all have been sent away. They would now no longer be available for me to get any meaningful investigation to try and inquire why or how this came about. So there was a loss of evidence due to the inaction of the retail line manager, Mr. Athwell. And
drawing it out more broadly, would you say that agreement by a retail line manager to hold money in suspense essentially precludes a criminal investigation?
not in every case, but in this particular case, when there are 3 large ones, I would think that it's certainly a major breach of the losses and gains policy.
So when I asked you a moment ago about whether you had heard whether there were any suggestions that the Horizon computer system had created errors that could have caused cash shortages, and you said no, in fact the answer would be yes, because this document shows that you had.
Yes.
Were there other occasions in the run-up to Mr. Korm's investigation, in the 5 years that you were, or so that you were working for Post Office Limited, in which people raised problems or glitches with the Horizon system?
I can't recall any.
And in this case, in Rayburn Place, are you essentially saying that this wasn't a matter for you to investigate because this was being sent back to the retail line manager chain for recovery, presumably as a civil matter?
I think could you go back to the top of the report for me, please?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
If we just scroll up, please.
I think this is a report going back to the retail line to basically say, I've had a look at this. I'm not comfortable with it, although it doesn't say it in those words. There were breaches of policies and procedure by the retail line manager, and I'm sending it back to them to take ownership of it.
Do you know what happened as a consequence of your report?
No, I don't.
Okay, that can come down. Thank you. Can we look, please?
Hang on, Mr. Beer. There's just one phrase I'd like to ask a question about on that document. It's back on the second page, where Mr. Grant is relaying the concern of post office security.
Yeah, so thank you. I think that's the third paragraph.
Yeah.
We scroll down. No, third paragraph. Scroll down. Thank you. So it's during the time.
Yeah, that's the paragraph. And you'll see, Mr. Grant, the last sentence, sorry, last but one sentence, it does, however, give concern to post office security. Now, I've taken that to mean that you were not there expressing your personal concern, but a wider concern. Is that correct?
As a member of the post office security team, yes, I do believe.
So
yes.
Who is covered in this document by that expression, post office security? Does that mean your colleagues in Scotland? Does it mean something wider than that? Explain it to me.
I believe that what I'm talking about there is the broad spectrum of the whole of post office, because we kept on changing titles. So security, investigation, fraud team. At that time in 2002, I think we were all listed as post office security. So my comment there, it does, however, give concern to post office security, is for the overall team, nationwide.
And I'm sorry to be pedantic, does nationwide equal Scotland or does nationwide equal UK?
Sorry, you're quite right, because we are all separate nations. It would be the UK.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Can we move on, please, to another document? Again, this is in the run-up to the investigation of William Korm, and look at poll 0011 3067. This is essentially a schedule of documents prepared for disclosure in the course of other litigation, and it describes what the document is. In the second column, it gives a control number in the first column, and then in the third column, it sets out an extract or extracts from the document. And I just want to use this to look at what is said to be within a document by looking at the second page, please. And it's the box at the bottom, please, the third box down. If we can just blow that up, please. Thank you. So the document is a casework management report for the case of, and then a cipher has been applied. That's because it's somebody who's not caught up in this inquiry. Written by Shirley Stockdale, investigation manager, and dated the 2nd of December 2003. So this is essentially an extract from a document which it is said Shirley Stockdale wrote back in December 2003. Do you remember Shirley Stockdale?
Yes, I do.
Was she a colleague of yours in the Scottish element of the Post Office security.
Yeah, she was an investigation manager, same grade as myself. Yes.
And so this is before the cut down from 4 or 5 of you down to 2.
Well, yeah, exactly. So, yeah, we had so many of them, it was difficult.
And what she's reported as saying is because B190, that's the person, was declaring his losses, it was felt there was no criminal intent and that there somehow must be a procedural error taking place. Arrangements were made for myself, that's Shirley Stockdale, and you, Raymond Grant, to attend the training suite at Springburn at DMB. So I think a DMB is a directly managed branch.
That's correct.
Right? And Springburn is part of Glasgow.
Yes, yes, it's a suburb of Glasgow. Yeah.
Yes. So the pair of you had arrangements made for you to attend the training suite at this directly managed branch in Springburn, where we attempted to reconstruct the cash account for the weeks immediately prior to the audit in an attempt to establish what effect this practice of redeclaring cash at a higher value would have on the actual cash account. It was suggested that the loss may have been inadvertently doubled up. However, the exercise at the training suite has disproven this. And as far as inquiries have revealed to date, the only thing that is sure is that the deficit of £38,800 odd realised at audit is not as a result of any errors that we're aware of at this time. It would appear to be missing cash for which neither of the staff or the postmaster can give any, sub-postmaster can give any explanation. So just looking at this, and I realise this is an extract where you don't have the whole context of the document and you don't have the identity of the sub-postmaster concerned. Do you remember this, attending a training suite and trying to reconstruct an error that a postmaster had alleged?
I didn't until I'd read this, but I do remember the incident of, or the actual action that we took. And I remember going and doing this with Shirley Stockdale. What we were trying to do was, based on the information that Shirley had and the information that we had from the previous cash accounts, was to reconstruct using training equipment, Horizon training equipment, which was based in a room, it's called the training suite there. Without having read that, I wouldn't have recalled it, but I do remember actually doing that.
The first paragraph there suggests that this was being done because the postmaster was declaring his losses and therefore it wasn't to be treated as crime.
Yeah.
Can you explain that? Because the postmaster was declaring losses, that equates to not treating this as crime or having a criminal intent.
To determine whether it's a crime is that you would look at what efforts have been made to disguise it. This postmaster was being upfront. He was publishing in his accounts what was his end results were. I can't recall the case. I don't even remember the name of the office, but it would be one of those where I think it would require the retail line manager to take ownership of.
So again, this is one that wouldn't go down the crime route.
I'm guessing, because it wasn't. I was only there to corroborate what Shirley Stockdale was trying to do, and help if I could, because the two of us we're pretty much the same level of experience.
Do you remember in your time before 2009 this being an issue that was raised more than once, i.e. the system inadvertently doubling up figures?
I'd heard about operator error when you're trying to resolve an issue, and if you didn't do the process correctly, it would result in a duplication of the loss or whatever it was you were trying to do. But that was put down to operator error, not following the procedure to remove the money from one place to another, or to resolve the difficulty that had been identified.
I'm thinking about the thing that's described here as inadvertent doubling up. Had you heard about that in other cases?
Not inadvertently, no.
Before you left in 2009?
No, I had not, no.
Other than attending the training suite and trying to replicate what the postmaster had alleged, can you recall whether any other investigations were carried out in relation to this alleged procedural error?
For this particular event, no, I have no idea.
Thank you. That can be taken down. So it's 20 past 11 now. That might be an appropriate moment for the morning break. Can we break until 11:35, please?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So good morning. Can you continue to see and hear us?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Grant, how would you describe your role in the Post Office Investigation Department in terms of your relationship with the Procurator Fiscal?
There was never a single Procurator Fiscal because they're very regionally based. I think there are 11 in total in Scotland.
Yes, I should say that I'm referring to the Procurator Fiscal as meaning the office of.
Oh, right. Oh, sorry. Right, I beg your pardon.
So Procurators Fiscal.
Yeah, yeah, it's a difficult plural. We would be there. We would submit a report. Initially, it was done via a written report. Subsequently, there was an electronic version brought in. I can't remember.
2006 onwards.
I think it was 2006, round about that time. And we would submit. If I stick with the written report first of all, the written report would contain the relevant information that we would think that the Procurator Fiscal would need to do, or Procurators Fiscal would need to initiate. They would then probably come back to you either on a personal basis, or you could even might be invited to go and see them at their premises and explain what it is you were trying to do. That didn't happen in every case. Sometimes they just took your documents as being accurate and reasonable for them to make progress on what they were going to do with it.
Assuming they took a case on and prosecuted it,
Yes.
what format would the communication occur in after that? Was it by meeting, email, or more formal written communications?
I think it would be a combination of all those.
In the process of us asking you to write your witness statement, I think we referred you to a document, a post office document called Investigation Policy, Disclosure of Unused Material, Criminal Procedures and Investigations Act, 1996, Codes of Practice. I wonder whether we could just look at that, please. It's poll 00104762. If we just look at the foot of the page first, we can see it's dated May 2001. And if we go up the page to the top, please, you can see the title. Just reading that document and the purpose of it, is this a policy or a procedure document that would have applied to your work when you were an investigator in Royal Mail Group?
Yes.
Is it a document that would have applied to your work when you moved to the post office?
I believe it would, yes.
Can we look, please, at the bottom of the page, paragraph 3.2, and if we scroll down to the second bullet point from the bottom, investigators and disclosure officers must be fair and objective and must work together with prosecutors to ensure that disclosure obligations are met. A failure to take action leading to proper disclosure may result in a wrongful conviction. It may alternatively lead to a successful abuse of process argument or an acquittal against the weight of evidence. And then over the page, please. And if we go to the third bullet point from the bottom, disclosure officers must specifically draw material to the attention of the prosecutor for consideration where they have any doubt as to whether it might undermine the prosecution case or might reasonably be expected to assist the defence disclosed by the accused. Do those two paragraphs fairly reflect your understanding of the duties of disclosure when you were investigating cases in Scotland?
Yes.
these, I think, are mirrored in a document that applies to all specialist reporting agencies, as they were called in Scotland. If we can look at that, please. WITN 1051 0102. So this isn't a Royal Mail Group or Post Office publication. It's a publication of the Crown Office, and it applies as a guide to all so-called specialist reporting agencies. If we can look, please, at page 5, just to see what it's about. Page 5, please. Thank you. The forward by the then Lord Advocate, Lord Boyd. Pleased to be able to provide you a guide with that title. Over 50 agencies other than the police report cases to procurators fiscal each year. This requires understanding on the part of the procurators fiscal of the relevant legislative provisions and appreciation of the role and function of the reporting agencies. The other essential ingredient is that the reporting agencies follow best practice in the investigation and reporting of cases to procurators fiscal and in preparation for the giving of evidence by their officers in court. And then just over the page, lastly, the purpose of the guide is twofold: to assist the specialist reporting agencies in knowing exactly what the procurator fiscal requires, and to provide some indication of how trials are conducted in Scotland, and to identify and to address common problems in reporting and prosecuting such cases, which more often than not involve employees or members of specialist reporting agencies. Was this a guide with which you would have been familiar from at least 2002 or 3 onwards, when you took over responsibility for investigations in, or became part of the team in Post Office Limited?
I'm familiar with the document, and I would have read it at the time.
I should have said this is the 7th edition,
Right,
dated
yeah.
2006. I think it's the one that's applicable to Mr. Korm's investigation,
I
but
probably had
earlier iterations.
I probably had the previous version as well when I was a Royal Mail investigator, because these were issued to us. I'm not sure if somebody just copied them or whether they were handed out at one of our team meetings or something. But I am familiar with that document.
So this was essentially a guide to a range of specialist reporting agencies, non-police investigators and prosecutors.
Yes.
And it's a list of essentially the things that the PF's office require.
It was there. It was a guideline for us to follow. Yes.
And can we look, please, at page 30? Under detrimental evidence, it's important that material which may be detrimental to the prospect of a conviction is not omitted from a statement. In order to perform his or her function properly, the PF must be aware of all the evidence which has been gathered, regardless of whether it contributes to the evidence against an accused person or in his or her favour. Prosecutor's fiscal proceed in the public interest, which necessarily connotes a broader approach than the wishes of the reporting agency alone. Is that something that you would have understood as an obligation on you in the Post Office Investigation Department?
Yes.
And that fairly reflects the policy document that I showed you, the internal policy document.
Yes.
Agreed? That can come down, thank you. And so how was that obligation, how were those duties discharged in the case of any material that may show that Horizon was not functioning properly?
I mean, if I was aware of an issue or a problem or a difficulty with any aspect of a report that I was preparing for a procurator fiscal, that would be declared in the substance of the report. If it wasn't, then that would be remiss of me, but I don't recall ever being challenged on it by a procurator fiscal or in any other previous case that I'd handled or dealt with.
We looked earlier at a couple of examples where somebody had raised an issue about the functioning of Horizon.
Yes.
How would you go about discharging the duty to find and then disclose to the procurator fiscal information about the functioning of Horizon generally? Not whether there was a glitch in the branch, but whether Horizon as a system was functioning properly.
I mean, if you're referring to the document where I quoted glitches in the system, then to me that was not a criminal activity. It was something I referred back to the retail line for them to deal with. I was not aware of what the context of what the glitches of the system was. I couldn't make investigations into it because we didn't know the name of the originator of that statement or whether the statement was in actual fact true.
So is the broader answer to my question then, you didn't see it as part of the role of you as an investigator to provide evidence to the procurator fiscal about problems in Horizon, because in no criminal investigation were you aware of any problems in Horizon?
That's correct.
And up until 2009, when you left, had you heard nothing about allegations concerning the improper functioning or the errors arising in the functioning of Horizon concerning, in particular, balancing?
I'm fairly certain, in my recollection, that no one had brought to my attention that there were problems with the Horizon system. And you mentioned balancing, and nobody had said to me that there was a problem with the Horizon system balancing on a post office, Crown office, or any other office.
And so 2 questions arising from that. By contrast, had anyone said anything to you positively about the robustness of Horizon?
Yes.
Who and in what context?
It would come, the conversation would be team meetings when we were talking about getting statements from Horizon and the need, why we would need the statements and what they contained. And the consensus would be that Horizon was working normally, and in normal circumstances, if you were required to get a statement from Fujitsu, it always came up with the same type of narrative, that the system was working and functioning normally. So there was no need for us to question that as far as we were concerned, because we were getting an expert witness from Fujitsu.
Did you ever investigate a case in which an expert witness from Fujitsu provided a witness statement?
I think there in my time at Post Office Limited, there were probably 2 occasions, but no.
And when you're referring there to an expert witness, are you referring to somebody who has particular knowledge and expertise in the system, or are you referring to somebody who is formally treated for court purposes as an expert witness?
If I was to explain to you the process of achieving an expert witness statement, it would go down to our casework review team down in Croydon.
Yes.
They would then apply to Fujitsu for a witness statement to be gained from them. We would not, and I don't recall ever asking them directly. I would always go through the process of our casework review team to follow on to get satisfaction that there was no problem with the computers.
What about the thing I was asking you about, namely the nature of the witness with which you are concerned? Was there an expert report produced, or was it in the form of a witness statement?
My recollection was a witness statement.
You said that there would have been a consensus amongst team members. The team you're referring to there, is that Post Office Investigation Department?
It would be at that time, because there would be no need to get a Fujitsu statement for Royal Mail.
And why was that issue being talked about in team meetings, the reliability and integrity of the Horizon system?
I think basically it was the process that you had to go through to get it, because it was not always delivered timorously. It was if you asked for it, you could maybe wait a number of weeks for it, and it would then put you under pressure to fulfil a report or submit a report to a procurator's fiscal.
That's a timing issue.
Yeah.
But what about the issue of there being a consensus that Horizon was working normally?
Well, the consensus was that it was, to the best of my knowledge, and nobody ever challenged it. Nobody. It wasn't open for discussion because, as far as we were, it was a non-event as far as we were concerned.
Thank you. Can we move on to the investigation of allegations of embezzlement against William Korm?
Yeah.
Do you now recall investigating William Korm?
Given this was 16 years ago, my recollection was very vague, but having had a chance to have a look at the transcript of the tapes, which was a major role that I played in that investigation.
So just to get some context before we look at that interview, which we're going to look at in a moment, just to jog your memory a little bit about the individual with which we're concerned. I think that's William, he went by the name of Bill, is that right?
Bill, yes.
And he was a man of good character. He'd never been in trouble before in his life. Is that right? Was that part of your investigation, to look at his background and antecedents?
I wasn't aware of anything. No, nobody had brought it.
No, and I think when we look at your report, it will say he hadn't been in trouble before.
If that's in my report,
Yeah.
that must be.
And he was 66 years old. I think it says in your interview transcript at the time of the investigation, and 68 by the time that the prosecution occurred.
Yes.
And he was in poor health, I think. I think he told you about that. He'd had some strokes, hadn't he?
Am I allowed to say? Because I see some of it is redacted out.
Well, I think the things I'm referring to are recorded on the documents that aren't redacted.
Right, okay. He had been experiencing minor strokes from the previous year.
And he'd worked at the post office in Bay Head, North. I'm not going to be able to pronounce this correctly. You go for it, Mr. Grant.
Pybal?
Yes. Well, in fact, I was thinking of the island on which the post office was situated.
Or Lochmaddy?
And that is an island in the Outer Hebrides, is
Yes,
that right?
well, Lochmaddy is a town on North Uist.
And so North Uist is an island
Yes.
located on the northwest coast of Scotland.
The Hebrides, yeah.
Yes. And I think Mr. Korm was a married man, is that right?
Yes.
And he had 5 children, I think he told you.
If he said 5, then yeah.
And he was a grandfather.
Right.
Yeah. Now, I think you know that as a result of the investigation and the prosecution of him, he lost everything. He had to move out of his house. Did you know that?
I need to be careful when I answer this one because he didn't lose everything because of the post office inquiry.
Right.
There were other issues on his private business which were much more serious as far as from finances were concerned. Mr. Korm had extensive debts, and if you're going to cover the finance, he eventually, 12 days after my interview, he went bankrupt. And that was not because of something that happened at the post office did.
And I think you know that he passed away 2 years after he was convicted.
I didn't know that, no, not until you just said it there just now.
And obviously, therefore, a decade before his conviction for embezzling money from the post office was overturned by the High Court in Scotland.
Mm.
So you tell us in your witness statement that you were one of the people who participated in an interview of Mr. Korm on the 7th of August 2008, right?
That's correct.
And I think you took the lead in questioning Mr. Korm.
Yes.
And you were, that was because you were the lead investigator.
Yes.
Can we look at the interview, please? Poll 0016-6599. This is a transcript of the interview. We can see it's a 44-minute interview between 10:50 and 11:34 in the morning. And there are 3 investigators present. You, Robert Daly, and Jonathan Bissett, yes?
Well, Jonathan Bissett was not an investigator. He was a finance analyst who was being accompanied. He was work shadowing myself and Mr. Daly, so his role was not as an investigator.
Okay, but there were 3 of you and 1 of Mr. Korm.
And his brother-in-law.
Now, I think page 2, if we skip over the page, please. Introductions are made. And then about 8 lines in, Mr. MacDonald, that's the brother-in-law, yes?
Yes.
Introduces himself. And you say during this interview you can have a friend present if you wish. Any friend who you nominate must be over the age of 18 and not involved in the inquiry. They should be a Post Office Limited employee. I understand because of the nature of where we are on a Hebridean island, that might not be easy to get our hands on. I'm quite happy to have your friend, William MacDonald, happy to be here as a friend, yeah. And Mr. Korm says, right. And so the friend that was present, was that supposed to...
Sorry, Mr. Beer. If you could just go back there just a second. I noticed a typo there. Because
if we go back up.
And I've just noticed it just now. It says they should be a Post Office Limited employee. That should read, they should not be a Post Office Limited employee.
Right.
And
why was that? Why shouldn't they be a Post Office Limited?
Because that would infer a bias, or it would be unfair, because that would then you would have 4 people from the Post Office. And
what about a union rep?
There was no requirement under the sub-postmaster's contract for that to happen. If there was
they were allowed it though, weren't they?
If that was who Mr. Korm required to be there, he could have had a lawyer there as well if he'd chosen that. But he chose to have his friend William MacDonald.
And what role did Mr. MacDonald play in the interview?
He was there to corroborate and make sure that Mr. Korm was treated fairly. I think at one point he went...
How did he know that?
How did he know that? Because he signs a form. I think it's a CSO. I can't remember the number of the form. It's a corporate security form which explains what his role is.
And in fact, he sat there in silence.
There was one occasion where he got up to get a glass of water.
Silently.
Silently.
Now, in relation to the form that you went through at the beginning of the interview, was that a standard form, as you've just said, setting out the interviewee's, Mr. Korm's, legal rights?
Yes.
And was that a form that you went through at the beginning of every interview?
Yes. And
did it include the caution telling the interviewee that they didn't have to say anything, but anything that they did say could be used in evidence?
Yeah, I can't remember if it said it on that form, but most certainly in the transcript of the interview that caution was made.
Did it say anything about the right to have a legal representative present in the interview?
No, there was no requirement for that under Scots law. That changed in 2010, I believe.
And so at this time, in 2008, before the decision in Calder, there wasn't a requirement to offer a suspect a legal representation?
Correct. I think that was actually challenged as well, Mr. Beer. There was a minute on...
Yes, you know the papers very well indeed.
Oh, right, okay.
There was a minute where Mr. Korm's solicitors applied to the court to exclude the interview on the grounds of procedural irregularity and oppression, essentially. And that application was refused by the court.
Correct.
The offer of the friend, was that required under Scottish law, or was that a bolt-on provided by the Post Office over and above the interviewee's legal rights under Scottish law?
I think it was part of a Post Office investigation security requirement that any person who was being interviewed in this format would be offered the right to have a friend present.
Now, you've read this interview more than once, I think.
Yes.
You tell us in your witness statement that Mr. Korm made full and frank confessions. Yes?
Yes.
Can I look at some other aspects of the interview? Can I suggest, firstly, that can come down the interview at the moment, would you agree, and I'm trying to take this shortly, that Mr. Korm also suggested that he had insufficient training on Horizon and was not overly confident in using it?
I'm not sure he uses... did he use the word insufficient? I think he says when he got his training, it was 4 days in Dunfermline. He got back to his office, but the installation of Horizon equipment happened some time later. So I don't know... I don't recall seeing the word insufficient.
I'm trying to summarise a number of
it's just
passages.
That inferred to me that he didn't get enough training.
Well, I'll read the passage. Mm-hmm. You asked him, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate your knowledge of the Horizon system? And he said, well, the whole Horizon system, probably quite a low figure, because we only have certain, and then you interrupted, products.
Yes.
Was that addressing a different point in your understanding then?
Yes.
What was the different point being addressed?
The different point was that when he did his training, it covered far more than he was requiring for an office of his type. For instance, it would cover things like passports, driving licenses. His office, I believe, didn't have the authority to issue these sort of documents.
Did he also say that he had sought help from the help desk?
Yes, he did.
Did he also say that he had identified and sought help with an ATM error that had resulted in a loss?
I think he was phoned up about why he was carrying that loss. I don't think that he phoned. I think he was contacted to ask why he was carrying that loss, and he was asked to make it good.
And he was saying that it was a loss that appeared to be a system fault, and it ended without apparent resolution.
I'm sorry to interrupt you there.
That's all right.
It wasn't deliberate. When ATMs were first introduced, some offices didn't have them attached to Horizon. So I'm not sure when the ATM was actually attached to the Horizon system. So that could have been a standalone machine. I'm not entirely sure because, as I've said before, any investigation that I would have undertaken would have covered that point.
He agreed, lastly, is this right, that his branch trading statements showed regular shortages?
Yes.
Can we look at some specific passages in the interview then? Again, if we have it on the screen, poll 0016 6599. And page 14, please. And the bottom half of the page, please. Thank you. I don't think that's page 14. Bottom half of the page, please. Thank you. Picking it up about a third of the way down what's being shown at the moment, you asked, were you then struggling to pay the invoices? And just to put that in context, there's been a discussion before now, is this right, of the need for him, as he said, to pay invoices for the, I'm going to call it the grocery side of the post office. Is that right?
That's correct.
And he says, yes. And you say, how did you pay those invoices? He says, quite often late, something, the pressure on. Right, and where did you get the money from to pay those invoices? Well, there was money coming in on a daily basis. Okay, and post office money, was there ever used to pay invoices? He says, well, it must have been, or we wouldn't have this situation. You ask, sorry, I think your colleague asks, do you ever remember taking money out of the post office to pay an invoice? And he says, not consciously, no, not consciously, no, no. Did you take that to be an admission of theft?
There were various aspects of the admissions of theft.
I'm asking about this one.
This particular one, no.
And is that because it rather lacks clarity, and he says that he doesn't actually remember taking money out of the post office to pay an invoice?
At that point, that's exactly what he said.
And then if we go forward to page 17, please. Third line in, fourth line in, well, I think this is him. It was just moving money around. You say, I understand what you mean by moving money around. We need to be more specific than that. What money we are talking about? Are we talking about money from the post office? If it was money from the post office, where did we move it to, do you know? And he said, well, it must have been to my account, shop account. So we're talking about the same Alliance and Leicester account, business account. He says he got two Alliance and Leicester accounts. And if we scroll down at a Royal Bank, I think it's Royal Bank of Scotland account, and you ask, so how would we go about moving it into the second account that we're talking about? How would you physically do that? Is it also an Alliance and Leicester account? He says the Royal Bank. You say the Royal Bank. We don't have online banking here in Royal Bank. And then foot of the page, about 10 lines up, how would it go from the post office to the Royal Bank? Would you physically take a lump sum of cash and deposit it in the Royal Bank? He says, I must have done. And if you did that, how often would you do that and how much of the time? I couldn't be specific with that. And you ask him some details about the bank account. So he may have been saying here that he was using post office money and paying it in, transferring it, or depositing cash into either an Alliance and Leicester or a Royal Bank of Scotland account, correct?
That's my understanding, yeah.
Yes. And so what investigations did you undertake to evidence the deposit of money that belonged from the Post Office into the Alliance and Leicester and Royal Bank of Scotland accounts?
This is where I did not get the opportunity to follow through with that inquiry.
When exactly did you leave?
It was, I was removed from my post as investigation manager about a month or 6 weeks after this interview. I spent, so this was in August. I was then told to attend the Crown Office in Perth and assist the branch manager there, and that was prior to Christmas 2008. So I'd actually not left Post Office Limited. I was still employed, but what you might call gardening leave. I was now no longer part of the security or investigation team.
Okay, so essentially, trying to summarise things, Mr. Grant, you're saying that relatively shortly after this, although you remained a Post Office Limited employee, your job function changed and you didn't hold the responsibility for pursuing a line of inquiry.
That's correct.
But it's a pretty obvious line of inquiry, isn't it? I think you'd agree.
I mean, had I been given the opportunity, I would have applied to Alliance and Leicester for the dockets.
Well, in fact, just stopping you there, no need to do that because we know that Mr. Korm was asked to supply all of his bank accounts, and he did.
Yeah, but I was looking for the actual deposit slips from these agencies so that we could see what, because what we have here is Mr. Korm, who is having his life disappear underneath his feet because he's been an honest man right up until a certain point. He's made erroneous decisions, in my opinion, to use Post Office funds to support his failing business. He's used that by various means, and I think if you go into the third tape, there's inference that money was being taken from the Post Office and put into Royal Bank because he was offsetting some loan or debt that he had with them. There was also fictitious, in my opinion, fictitious deposits for which there was no money being made through the Horizon system into Mr. Korm's own Alliance and Leicester account. No money existed, but the credit was made to his Alliance and Leicester account, and then that would allow him to write cheques on the strength of that Alliance and Leicester account to pay the bills for the shop.
And so you'd want to follow the money, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, that's where I was going.
Yeah, it's the most obvious thing in the world to do.
That's where I was going, but I wasn't given the opportunity.
So you'd expect the person who did have the opportunity, Mr. Daly, to have done that. Agreed?
It would have been great, but Mr. Daly was under a lot of pressure. I know that because I had several pending cases that were awaiting prosecution or being presented to the Procurator's Fiscal. So Mr. Daly inherited all of those at very short notice.
If we can just go lastly to page 33.
Okay.
Four lines in, you're declaring what was actually on hand, but then what you're saying to the Horizon system is you're making that good. Is that correct? He says yes. And you asked, did you in fact put that money in to make the shortage good? And he said, no, there's a bank loan to do that. What did you understand him to be saying there?
It's difficult.
Is overall looking at
it's difficult because Mr. Korm is now no longer with us. I do think that Mr. Korm believed that there was money coming from the Royal Bank of Scotland, and it was his intention to, once that money came from the Royal Bank of Scotland, to repay the money. But further down in the interview, he does get the bank loan, and he does not pay the post office back. So, in effect, his understanding, it's obfuscation, it's deflection away from actually admitting. I do believe that Mr. Korm was going through a period of grief. The first thing in grief is denial. So you've got denial, and I think that's where he was. The grief, some people call it the grieving process. Grief can happen in any force of life, and I believe that Mr. Korm was grieving because he could see his life business disappearing. He knew the status of his shop, which, if we come to that later, then there are things there that can be taken in that Mr. Korm was not prepared to admit. That, yes, I have taken the money, but his explanation is that I've got money coming and I'm going to put it back. That's what I read into that.
Did you obtain a clear account from him as to which money he had paid from which post office account into either Alliance and Leicester accounts or the Royal Bank of Scotland account?
Well, again, we asked Mr. Korm to provide the statements, which he very kindly did. So my follow-up after that would be to determine what deposits had actually gone through the Horizon system to allow this transaction to credit his Alliance of Leicester account. Now, if you have no money and then you write out a deposit slip and you put it through the Horizon system into a specific Alliance and Leicester account, and Mr. Korm says he had two, he would put out there would be a docket, there would be a deposit slip for that.
And so step one then, you'd want to find the deposit slip.
Yes.
Going out of the post office account.
Yes.
Okay, and then step two?
Step two is to, well, recover that, check it against, there would then be an opportunity to go and get ARQ data, compare it to who was logged onto the system when that transaction went through. Yes. That should identify you who the originator was. If the originator is one and the same person, then you would make an assumption, rightly or wrongly, that that person has put a fictitious transaction through to credit his own bank account so he can then make withdrawals using a checkbook to pay bills. So the money never existed.
And what about step three, which is check the Alliance and Leicester and Royal Bank of Scotland statements to show the money coming in?
Yeah, yes.
To your knowledge, were either step 1, 2 or 3 ever undertaken?
No. Because I've seen the production list, yeah. I do not recognise any of those.
When you left the case, did you have an investigation plan in place?
I think there's a casework event log.
Yes, I mean, that's, we can look at that. All it says is he made full and frank admissions, and then that's the end.
Does it not say there's inquiries still exist in inquiries?
It may do. I can try and find it, but even if it did, it doesn't set out step 1, step 2 or step 3.
No, it doesn't, because I wasn't given the opportunity.
Was there any investigation, to your knowledge, into the concerns raised by Mr. Warm about the ATM machine and money shortages as a result?
To my knowledge, no, there wasn't.
And was that, again, because you were, as you put it, denied the opportunity?
Yes.
So looking at the papers now, is it right that there was no investigation into any facts or matters raised by Mr. Korm in the interview before the report was submitted to a post office in Croydon for the purposes of a decision on prosecution?
I wouldn't say there wasn't any investigation. I think an examination of the branch accounts, and I believe there were supporting documents. I'm not sure. I honestly can't recall. But there would be, you do a trial balance. The trial balance will tell you what you should have. You can then go back and redo the balance by altering the figures on hand. If I could just explain, if this horizon, I'm just going to use rough figures. If the horizon system says that you were £1,000 short, you could then go back in and adjust your cash element by £1,000 to make that balance, but not have the £1,000 there. Do you understand, Mr. Peer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we look, please, at poll 0016 6596? Poll 0016 6596. Thank you. This is an investigation report. We can see that from the top there, Post Office Limited Confidential Investigation Legal, yes? And if we go to page 5, please. We can see that it was prepared by you on, at least dated on the 2nd of September 2008, yes?
Yes.
So the following month after the interview. If we just go back to page 1 to see what you wrote in the investigation report. And just to be clear, this isn't the report to the Procurator Fiscal. Yep. This is an internal report to Post Office.
Yes.
We can see who it concerns. Namely Mr. Korm. We can see his length of service. If we scroll down, please. We can see when he was suspended, 23rd of July, and who gave that authority. We can see who the designated prosecution authority is, Dave Pardo, a person with whom we're very familiar. And then we can see what you wrote under corporate security criminal law team. You explain in that paragraph at the bottom what led to the investigation. And then over the page, please. You explain what happened in the audit. And scroll down, please. You say subsequently the case was allocated to you. You then speak about the interview. Yes?
Yes.
And you say he was cautioned. Next paragraph, he asked for a friend. The GS 003 was completed, and you append that as Appendix C. Yeah. You then summarise some of the interview and produce as Appendix B a copy of a letter that Mr. Korm wrote. And then scroll down, please. You carry on summarising the interview. Over the page, please. You say he needed to pay for stock for his grocery business from his main supplier, who by this time was insisting on a weekly payment of around £4,200. During the course of this discussion, Mr. Korm appeared to be in a bit of a daze and was not understanding the questions put to him. He was asked if he was okay. He replied that because of the interview, he hadn't taken his daily medication. You allowed him to do this and confirmed he was in a fit state to continue. He said he was fine and wished to continue. And then you carry on summarising the interview. And then down to the bottom of the page, please. Second paragraph up, due to the health condition of Mr. Korm and the inability to contact anyone in authority because of the remote location of the branch, it was decided by you that it wouldn't be appropriate to conduct searches of his home address. He gave assurances that he would forward copies of all of his bank, mortgage and credit card accounts within 1 week. We know from other evidence that, that he did that. You say he's admitted since at least January 2008 he's taken advantage of his position as a sub-postmaster. Over the page. In view of the admissions made by Mr. Korm and sufficiency of evidence available to support a successful prosecution, it's recommended that a report should be prepared and submitted to the Procurator Fiscal's Department for consideration as to what future actions should be taken. So essentially, you were asking for a decision on prosecution on the basis of the admissions, as you saw them.
Yes, because this report has to be in roughly within 2 weeks of the interview. There is a second report which goes to the conduct manager as well, which omits some of the finer detail there. But in effect, this is what I would call an interim report, requesting that based on what is include the transcripts. I'm suggesting that there is sufficiency of evidence that this has been done deliberately, willfully and knowingly, although it doesn't say that, but as a deliberate action to gain advantage, which is why it became an embezzlement charge, because embezzlement requires you to be in a position of trust, which Mr. Korm was. He was trusted with the post office funds, and he is contracted to secure them. He didn't have permission to take them, and in his own letter to Brian Trotter, the contracts manager, he says he has used the post office funds. He then, in that letter, I think, also states that he's going to get a bank loan. It took 7 months for the bank loan to appear, which was insufficient to cover the amount that was actually missing. And when he did get the bank loan was not applied to the post office. It was used to offset some of his other debts in relation to his personal business.
So had you, in fact, at this time, that can come down, thank you, got any plans to undertake what we've described together as steps 1, 2 and 3?
It was in my head. It was in my head. It's not written down anywhere. But had that come back before a report would have been submitted to Procurator Fiscal, the other inquiries would have been followed through with, and we would have had a much more detailed report to go to the Procurator Fiscal.
Just look then at the case file log, poll 0016 6757. This is the case file log that you were referring to earlier, and I couldn't quite find the reference at my fingertips. Is this essentially a record, or supposed to be a record, of significant steps in the course of the investigation?
Yes.
And if we scroll down, please, if we look at the penultimate entry, the anti-penultimate, 7th of August, interview postmaster who admits false accounting and embezzlement by depositing fictitious amounts to personal bank for use in private retail shop. 14th of August, suspect offender report completed and sent. That's, I think, the Is that the document we've just looked at?
Yes. Or perhaps not. Perhaps not. I don't know.
Because the one we looked at, if you remember,
Yeah, it was
backdated
dated the second. Yes. Yeah. I don't recall what that one there. Suspect.
No.
Offender
And then 2nd of August, legal and personnel reports completed and dispatched for authority to prosecute, taped, copied, inserted into Appendix B. So there isn't any reference there about
No.
taking any of the other investigative steps, is there?
I don't think. Correct me if I'm wrong. When we actually received the bank statements from Mr. Korm, I can't remember the date, so it might predate this or post-date it.
Okay. But in any event, this wasn't added to
No,
say, we've now got the bank statements, we can look at those, we're now going to take
no.
step one and look at counterfoils
No.
for money going out. We're not going to look at ARQ data, or we are going to look at ARQ data.
By its omission, it's not. It's not there.
Can we look, please, at poll 0016 6598? We can see, I think, this is a document dated the 16th of September 2008. If we just scroll down, we can see who it's from. Terry Crowther in the fraud team. That was a person down in Croydon, yes?
Yes.
Authority to proceed to prosecution has been obtained by the senior security manager, fraud strand. Copy of the authority is at page 7. Please prepare and submit a report to the appropriate prosecuting authority for consideration and advise this office of the PF's reference number, etc. And so were you still in post performing your function at this time?
I think it probably was, yes.
That refers to authority to proceed to prosecution.
Yes.
Other than your report, do you know what the senior security manager fraud strand received in order to decide whether to prosecute?
No. I would imagine that he's seen sight of the case file, because or one of the offender reports, or a combination of all. I really don't know what.
What did you send down to Croydon for him
I would have
to
sent,
decide whether to prosecute?
I would have sent down the green jacket with everything in it.
So the green jacket is referring to the outer skin of the folder.
Yes.
And what is inside the skin of the folder?
Oh, numerous documents, plus 3 appendices, Appendix A, B and C. Each one has got different, there's a schedule of contents that should be in each one.
If we look, please, to what the senior security manager fraud strand did by looking at poll 0016 6597. And look at the foot of the page, please. This is an email from Mr. Crowther, who we've just seen, on the documents dated the 15th of September 2008 to Mr. David Pardo. Dear Dave, please find attached files for the above case for your authority to prosecute. In this case, it's a Scottish case which in the normal course of events is not submitted to Royal Mail Group Legal Services for advice regarding the sufficiency of the evidence for prosecution. Just stop there. Is that right, that Scottish cases did not go through legal services to advise on sufficiency of evidence?
It's my understanding that there was no lawyer employed criminal law in Post Office Limited or Royal Mail Group, I can't remember. But there was no one qualified to make the decision because they're not trained in Scots law.
I was about to ask what the reason for that was, that they didn't pass through that, I was going to say safety filter, but process.
Yes. Sorry, yes, that's...
They weren't trained in Scots law.
They weren't trained in Scots law, so they took a hands-off approach, as it were.
And so it just went to Mr. Pardo.
Yes.
And was he trained in Scots law?
I don't know if he's trained in Scots law, but he was the team leader in Scotland for a period of time.
And if we scroll up to see what he says, 6 o'clock in the morning on the 16th, please continue with PF intervention. Was that kind of response normal, that there wasn't any analysis of the evidential strengths and weaknesses? It was just a one-liner.
See, I don't know if from that it's short, it's sharp, it's direct, but what he actually did, whether he reviewed it or whether he didn't review it, I have no knowledge.
So you don't know what the process was after you send the green jacket to Croydon?
Well, eventually a green jacket comes back, and I'm not sure when I got it back, or if I got it back, because we're now, I think I was still in post at that point, so I probably did get it back.
Did they always come back to prosecute, or did you get ones that came back where Mr. Pardo said, no, I'm dissatisfied with the evidential sufficiency in this case?
You know, I can't recall getting a rejected.
So every case went to prosecution?
Yeah, because the decision to prosecute is preparing the case and submitting it to the Procurator's Fiscal. Then the Procurator's Fiscal has the decision whether he's going to run with it, whether he wants more inquiries or whether he wants more evidence or whether he thinks there's a sufficiency of evidence. So although Mr. Pardo is making a decision, it's a decision made on behalf of Post Office Limited that, yeah, we think there's enough. We're going to put it to the Procurator Fiscal and let them test it in court, or test it at the level at the Procurator's Fiscal. I have in the past, when submitted something to Procurator Fiscal, and he calls me in and we discuss it, and he says, well, I need extra, I need more, and whatever it is, it would be similar to someone in England going to our criminal law team, them instructing a barrister, and then the barrister deciding I need more.
Can we look at the last stage in the process, albeit it's not one in which you were involved,
Okay.
at COPF at 602? Can you see this as a copy of a report to the Procurator Fiscal dated the 21st of April 2009?
Yes.
It was received by them on that date.
Yes.
Is this the format? Maybe if we just go and look at the second page as well. And then over the page. Is this the format of reports that would be submitted by Post Office Limited to the Procurator Fiscal that you referred to earlier, that after 2006 it had to be done via a web portal?
It looks, it's difficult to tell because the actual portal itself is all boxy. When you see it printed like that, it looks different, but
we understand this report to have been the one submitted in April 2009 by Mr. Daly. And so this is the report that you would have written if you had continued to be in post. I'm not saying the content would have been precisely the same.
Yeah, it would have been in that format, yeah, but I would have expected it to be much more detailed.
And you would have expected it to be much more detailed because it doesn't say, I'm not going into detail because it's not your document, but it's apparent by April 2009 the bank statements from the three accounts have been obtained, but none of the steps that we mentioned have been pursued.
Steps 1, 2 and 3 that we discussed earlier.
Thank you very much. Those are the only questions that I ask you, Mr. Grant.
Thank you.
I'm not sure whether there are other questions from core participants. I'm looking at the Huddles team. No, there are not, sir. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, Mr. Grant, thank you for coming to the inquiry. I take it from Scotland. And thank you for answering Mr. Beer's questions. So we'll adjourn now until tomorrow morning. Yes?
Sorry, Sir Wynne, is it possible for me to make a personal statement?
Yes, certainly.
The outcome of this inquiry is very, very sorry state of affairs. I don't no reflection on you, Sir Wynne. It's the post office let the postmasters down. They let the staff who they employed down by being less than open and honest with information that should have been shared, wasn't shared, and the ultimate results have led to significant upset, significant difficulties for people who were left behind. I can say this because I've got no I've got no link with the post office anymore. In that, they deceived me, and they've deceived an awful lot more people. For my part in it, I'm humbly sorry. I just hope that people do learn from this and are more honest in the future when you're affecting other people's lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. As I've said, we'll adjourn now until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
Thank you very much, sir.
Very much.